Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Will Craswell. I'd like to welcome you to the second Churchdown Folk Festival. It's online this year, of course. You'll see that my backdrop is the performance area of the Carpenter's Arms at Miserdon. The Carpenter's Arms has become one of the premier folk venues in Gloucestershire with its Wednesday folk nights. It's also a brilliant place to eat, so why not try it sometime? This live stream will be in two parts, as the sing around is not being streamed. In the first part we have some fine local singers, floor singers, and sets from Debra Hannis, Steve and Julie Wigley, Steve Rowley and harpist Mark Harmer. Completing the first half will be Jeff and Elaine Gillett, better known as Discovery. And I'd like to take this opportunity to wish Elaine a very happy birthday, because it's her birthday today. Part 2 will open with folk classical guitarist Keith Hyatt, followed by singer-songwriter Alex Davis, then Veronica Lowe, and then followed by local legend Ken Langsbury. Song collector Gwilym Davis and his wife Carol will be next, followed by harmony duo Rebel. Singer-songwriter and recording artist Colin Pitts will close the festival. I was discussing songwriting with a friend, and we concluded that if you were to be a songwriter, you needed to have written at least one song about trains. So here is mine. Those of you who know me will probably be able to work out where the song was first thought of. Oh, the trains go north to Edinburgh's fair city, and the trains go south to Plymouth town. As they rumble through my village, I see faces at the window. I wonder who they are and where they're bound. A man with a good, I see a man in first class in a pinstripe suit and tie. He's working on his laptop like a dot-com billionaire. But a glance at the screen will give the game away, for he's only playing free cell solitaire. And the trains go north to Edinburgh's fair city, and the trains go south to Plymouth town. As they rumble through my village, I see faces at the window. Wonder who they are and where they're bound. Here's a man with a guitar heading south to catch a plane. Singer, songwriter, he's roamed the country round. Now he's said farewell to Kathy at a northern station. He's alone now, but he knows he's homeward bound. And the trains go north to Edinburgh's fair city, and the trains go south to Plymouth town. As they rumble through my village, I see faces at the window. Wonder who they are and where they're bound. A young couple sit together at the rear of the carriage. Their love for one another, it's so easy easily seen. But they're running from home to sanctify their marriage at a blacksmith forge down near Gretna Green. And the trains go north to Edinburgh's fair city, and the trains go south to Plymouth town. As they rumble through my village, I see faces at the window. I wonder who they are and where they're bound. The sailor sits and watches as the scenery goes by him. His time sure is over, he's feeling forlorn. He has left his wife and family north of Birmingham. Soon he sailed for Valparaiso in the morn. And the trains go north to Edinburgh's fair city, and the trains go south to Plymouth town. As they rumble through my village, I see faces at the window. Wonder who they are and where they're bound. Travel through this life, there are people all around us. It's like walking through a forest thick with trees, but we hardly ever wonder at their life or their ways, or the stories they could tell of what they've seen. And the trains go north to Edinburgh's fair city, and the trains go south to Plymouth town. As they rumble through my village, I see faces at the window, and I wonder who they are and where they're bound. Yes, I wonder who they are and where they're bound. That's Faces on a Train. Thank you very much. Alright, we seem to have quite a few people watching. Hello Peter, Veronica, Rebecca and Jim. It's good to see you all this morning. Right, I'm going to move on then. Because my next song is going to be a traditional song. It's a folk ballad which recounts the story of a sailor who dreams about Lady Franklin, who's speaking of the loss of her husband, Sir John Franklin. He disappeared in Baffin Bay during the 1845 expedition in an attempt to find the Northwest Passage. The song first appeared as a broadside ballad around 1850 and has since been recorded with the melody of the Irish traditional air Callanog Astor, which would translate to Oh Darling Young Girl, by numerous artists. I think Dylan did a version of it as well. So here's Lady Franklin's Lament. Homeward bound one night on the deep, in my hammock when I fell asleep, I dreamed a dream and I thought it true, concerning Franklin and his gallant crew. With 100 seamen he sailed away for the frozen ocean in the month of May, to seek a passage around the pole, where we poor sailors sometimes have to go. Through cruel hardships they bravely strove, ship on mountains of the ice was drove. The Eskimo in his skin canoe was the only one who ever came through. Well, in Baffin Bay, where the whalefish blow, fate of Franklin, well, no man could know. The fate of Franklin, no tongue can tell, where Franklin alone with his men to dwell. Now my burden, it gives me pain, news of Franklin I would cross the main. 10,000 pounds I would gladly give to know that Franklin on this earth did live. Well, thank you. It's called Lady Franklin's Dream. Well, it's good to see so many people on here. Hello, Steve, Wigley, Tricia. Well, a few years ago, my daughter showed me a ship's manifest that she found online with our members' family on it, family names on it. We were sailing back to the UK from the Yemen. I remember my mother talking about it. My dad was in the forces and we were in Egypt at the start of 1951, the 1951 uprising, which led to the Suez Canal crisis of 1956. As I was so young, I can't remember too much about it, but from what my mother has told me, and after much online research, I wrote this next song, which tells the story of how we left Egypt in a hurry. Well, me age it was just 2 years old when first I left this land, across the seas to Egypt, a land of sun and sand. Since 1882 our army personnel had protected British interests on the Suez Canal. Well, in 1951, Farouk was sovereign over all, but the Free Officers Movement were planning his downfall. They said he was corrupt, too close to the occupiers. Backed by foreign countries, they started up the fires. Well, they moved us from our flat in central Ishmael, for the anti-British riots caused us to live in fear. 'Neath canvas we were quartered, guarded night and day. Events to come, and soon we'd be unable to stay. Rebels mounted an attack along the Suez banks. They retreated to Ishmael, chased by British tanks. Tracked to a police station somewhere in that town. In the firefight that followed, 50 rebels were gunned down. Well, 100 more rebels, they were wounded in the fight. It caused a public outcry, now the country was alight. The order was given, take the families out in haste. With 2 hours to be ready, we could only take one case. Well, a good ship, Atlantis, she was bound for London town, but diverted into Yemen, then Southampton bound. We boarded her in Aden, I've seen that manifest. A mother and 4 children were on the passenger list. British rule was ended then in Egypt's desert land. Farouk, he sailed to Capri, Nasser took command. In 56 they nationalized the Suez Canal zone. An empire was on the wane and Egypt stood alone. Well, an empire was on the wane, Egypt stood alone. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. It's good to see so many people watching this early in the day. Hope you can take it for the rest of the day. Yeah, so that's an Egyptian adventure, subtitled "The First Country I Got Kicked Out of." So, right. Well, this next song is an Irish ballad set near Banbridge in County Down in Northern Ireland. The words are by Cathal McGarvey, who died in 1927, from Ramilton, County Donegal. The tune's traditional, may also be known as Diverus and Lazarus, or as a hymn tune, King's Fold. The song is sung from the point of view of a young man who chances to meet a charming lady by the name of Rose, or Rosie McCann, referred to as the star of the County Down. From a brief encounter, the writer's infatuation grows until by the end of the ballad he imagines himself marrying the girl. So here's the Star of County Down. Near Banbridge town in the County Down, one morning in mid-July, down a Boreen Green came a sweet Colleen, and she smiled as she passed me by. She looked so sweet from her two bare feet to the sheen of her nut brown hair. Such a coaxing Nell sure shook myself to be sure she was really there. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town, not a maid I've seen like the brown Colleen that I met in the County Down. She onward sped, sure scratched my head, and a gaze with a feeling rare. Says I to a passer-by, who's a maid with a nut brown hair. He smiled at me, then he says he, she's the jewel in Ireland's crown. Young Rosie McCann from the banks of the Bann, she's the star of the County Down. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town, not a maid I've seen like the brown Colleen that I met in the County Down. At Harvest Fair, well she'll sure be there, and I'll dress in me Sunday clothes, with me shoes shone bright and me hat cocked right, for a smile from me nut brown rose. No pipe I'll smoke or no horse I'll yoke, till me plough turns a rust-coloured brown, and a smiling bride at me own fireside. It's the star of the County Down. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town, not a maid I've seen like the brown Colleen that I met in the County Down. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town, not a maid I've seen like the brown Colleen that I met in the County Down. Well, thank you. That was the Star of the County Down. That's great to see so many people on. Well, hello Martin. I see Jim's there, and Dave Pittman. And hello Christine. Good to see you all. And thanks for the encouraging messages too. Okay, well, I'm going to now do... I'm now going to do another... Well, I'm going to finish this. This will be my last song. I wrote this song as a nostalgic look back on the days when I first started going to folk clubs. That'd be back in the 1970s, which seems an awful long time ago. Well, I guess it is a long time ago. In those days, the folk club would be mostly filled with an audience, and there was a handful of singers, whereas these days, most of the people at a folk club sing. Makes for good choruses, mind. The song names the three main venues then. In Cheltenham, the Exmouth Arms in Bath Road, which is still there, and the Victory Club, which was in Montpellier, that's gone now, I think it's housing, and in Gloucester, the Ship, which used to be in Key Street by the prison. So here's Sing a Song of Yesterday. It'd be really nice to hear you joining in the chorus, but It's a bit tricky these days, isn't it? Never mind, we'll get there in the end. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The Exmouth Arms, the Victory Club, ship beside the quay. The audience was bigger than in the 1970s. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. Last night as I lay on my bed, I dreamed of days of yore. Folk nights at the Exmouth Arms, the room above the bar, a roaring oil heater with its chimney high and wide. I sang there for the first time. The audience was kind. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The Exmouth Arms, the Victory Club, ship beside the quay. The audience was bigger than in the 1970s. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The Victory Club in Cheltenham was the strangest place of all. A room of left-wing socialists in the Tory party halls. There was every kind of singer, storyteller, poetry. The songwainers, they filled the room with three-part harmony. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The Exmouth Arms, the Victory Club, the ship beside the quay. The audience was bigger than in the 1970s. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The back room of the ship on the quay in Gloucester town had many fine folk singers, bluesmen of high renown. They said avoid the front bar as homeward we did steer. Those ladies that you'll find there may not be what they appear. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The Exmouth Arms, the Victory Club, the ship beside the quay. The audience was bigger than in the 1970s. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The audience has lessened now, but the scene is still alive. Folk singers keep tradition, songwriters they still write. Throughout our county, folk clubs meet in pub and club and hall. Our singers keep the songs alive for the next folk revival. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The Exmouth Arms, the Victory Club, ship beside the quay. The audience was bigger than in the 1970s. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The Exmouth Arms, the Victory Club, a ship beside the quay. The audience was bigger than in the 1970s. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. Thank you. Sing a song of yesterday. Oh, they were good times, weren't they? I'm sure lots of people on here that I know exactly what I'm singing about there, particularly the ship. But there you go. Right, well that's the end of my set. Thanks for listening to me, and I hope you're going to enjoy the rest of the day. And we've got some great singers lined up. My first guest is local singer-guitarist who's a regular visitor to Churchdown Folk Club, and I've played quite a few gigs with him in the past. So now I've got to do my stuff as host. So ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome, John Bent Marshall.
Thanks, Will, and thank you for inviting me to do a few numbers at the Churchdown Folk Festival. It's going to be a good day, I think. Hope so. Anyway, my first song is an Irish folk one about a horse fair that used to take place in County Clare in the sort of late 1800s, called Spansel Hill. Last night as I lay dreaming of pleasant days gone by, my mind being bent on rambling to Ireland I did fly. I drift on board a vision and I followed with the wind, till next I came to anchor at the cross in Spansel Hill. It was on the 23rd of June, the day before the fair, when Ireland's sons and daughters and friends assembled there. The young and the old, the brave and the bold came their duty to fulfil at the parish church of Cluny, a mile from Spansel Hill. I went to see me neighbours, to see what they might say. The old ones were all dead and gone, and the young ones turning grey. But I met the tailor quickly, he's as bold as ever still, and he used to make me breeches when I lived in Spansel Hill. I paid a flying visit to my first and only love. She's as white as any lily and as gentle as a dove, and she threw her arms around me saying, Johnny, I love you still. She's Nell, the farmer's daughter, and the pride of Spansel Hill. I dreamt I held and kissed her as in the days of yore. Oh Johnny, you're only joking, as many a time before. Then the cock crew in the morning, and he crew by shrill, and I woke in California, many miles from Spansel Hill. I awoke in California, many miles from Spansel Hill. Spansel Hill, thank you. Right, my next song is about a legendary runner who used to run around the countryside of Cheshire, a man called Joseph Baker. You sporting men of Chester, I'd have you all to hear of a man called Joseph Baker who lived near Delamere. He ran faster than the old red fox and further than the hound, and of all the men who challenged him no equal could be found. For he rose up every morning before the day was clear, and through the shady forest pursued the royal deer, and he chased the wind across the field and the mist right over the hill, and he raced the dust along the road and the stream down to the mill. Now sportsmen came from far and wide to challenge Baker's speed, at every place in every race they seemed to do that deed. And a tailor came from Frodsham, and a soldier came from Hale, and a sailor came from Birkenhead, and a butcher came from Sale. He was never beaten in a race until that fatal day, when death at last defeated him and took his breath away. But if you should watch on a winter's night, you'll see him running still, as his ghost runs down from Kelsall Church right up to Helsby Hill. Yes, if you should watch on a winter's night, you'll see him running still, as his ghost runs down from Kelsall Church right up to Helsby Hill. One additional piece of information is that his great-grandson, Philip Baker, won an Olympic gold medal in 1920. And my final song is about a young American girl who was accused of murdering her parents. She was actually taken to court and acquitted in 1892. Lizzie Borden. Yesterday in Old Fall River, Mr. Andrew Borden died, and they got his daughter Lizzie on a charge of homicide. Some folks say she didn't do it, others say of course she did, but they all agreed Miss Lizzie B was a problem kind of kid, 'cause you can't chop your papa up in Massachusetts, not even if it's planned as a surprise. No, you can't chop your papa up in Massachusetts, you know how neighbours love to criticise. Well, she got him on the sofa where he'd gone to take a snooze, and I hope he went to heaven 'cause he wasn't wearing shoes. Lizzie kinda rearranged him with a hatchet, so they say, and then she got her mother in that same old-fashioned way. 'Cause you can't chop your mama up in Massachusetts, even if you're tired of her cuisine. No, you can't chop your mama up in Massachusetts, you always know it's all would cause a scene. Well, they really kept her hopping on that busy afternoon, with both down and upstairs chopping as she hummed the ragtime tune. It really made her hustle, and when all was said and done, she'd removed her mother's bustle when she wasn't wearing one. Oh, you can't chop your mama up in Massachusetts and then blame all the damage on the mice. No, you can't chop your mama up in Massachusetts, that kind of thing just isn't very nice. Well, it wasn't done for pleasure, and it wasn't done for spite, and it wasn't done because the lady wasn't very bright. She'd always done the slightest thing her mum and papa bid. They said, Lizzie, cut it out. So that's exactly what she did. But you can't chop your papa up in Massachusetts and then get dressed and go out for a walk. No, you can't chop your papa up in Massachusetts. Massachusetts is a fast ride from New York. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great day with all the rest of the wonderful music that's going to be played. Thank you.
Well, thank you, John. That was great. Right. So I first met this next singer at Winchcombe Folk Club at a time when I was considering adding a percussionist to my band, Blackthorn Buskers. So I asked him to come along to a practice, and Ivor fitted right in. And then he proved to have so much more to offer with his fine singing voice and harmonies. So from Cheltenham, Ivor Keates.
Thanks, Bill. This morning, as part of the Churchdown Folk Festival, I'd just like to sing 3 songs, and the first one is a song of the sea called Warlike Seamen. Come all you warlike seamen who to the seas belong, I'll tell you of a fight, my boys, on board the Nottingham. It is of an Irish captain, his name was Somerville. With courage bold he did control, he played his part so well. 'Twas on the 8th of June, my boys, when at Spithead we lay. On board there came an order, our anchor for to weigh. Bound for the coast of Ireland, our orders did run so. For us to cruise and not refuse against a daring foe. We had not sailed many leagues at sea before a ship we spied. She being some lofty Frenchman come a-bearing down so wide. We hailed her of France, my boy, she asked from whence we came. Our answer was from Liverpool, and London is our name. Oh, pray, are you some man of war? Oh, pray, what may you be? Oh, then replied our captain, and that you soon shall see. Come, strike your English colours, or else you shall bring to. Since you're so stout, you must give out, or else we will sink you. The first broadside we gave to them, it made them pause to wonder. A mainmast and a rigging too come a-rattling down like thunder. We drove them from their quarters, they could no longer stay. Our guns did roll, we made quite sure we showed them British play. And now we've took that ship, my boys, and God speed us fair wind, that we might sail to Plymouth town if the heavens prove so kind. We'll drink a health unto our captain and all such warlike souls. To him we'll drink and never flinch out of a flowing bowl. The next song is one I know very little about. I recorded the first couple of verses about 47 years ago off the radio. I don't know what it was called, I don't know who sang it, but I liked the song so much I thought it deserved a bit more, so I wrote a couple of verses to add to it, which I hope you like. The members of Churchdown Folk Club gave it the title, which is To the Factory at Dawn. When you are a child, your days are meant for playing, your nights for sleeping softly, dreaming of the dawn. but the mill-working children at home cannot be staying. They must trudge with their daddies to the factory at dawn. Never mind your aching head, your back that can't be straightened. The other kids are puny too, they've had no chance to grow. Here comes the overlooker, him who's got you frightened. It's back to your machine, lad, better hurry, don't be slow. The mill wheel turns, the shuttles fly, it's head down and keep working. The days are long, the work is hard, you can't afford to slack. The overlooker stalks the flow, you'd better not be shirking. Put your back into it, lad, or it will be the sack. Come eventide you stumble home, your body stiff and aching. You eat the meal your mammy's made, barely enough for all. Then you tumble into bed, too soon you will be waking. Then it's back to work, to the factory, to the overlooker's call. When you are a child, your days are meant for playing. Your nights for sleeping softly, dreaming of the morn. But the mill-working children at home cannot be staying. They must trudge with their daddies to the factory at dawn. And the last song, I'm going to lighten the proceedings a bit. This is a song from the northeast about a worm. It's called the Lambton Worm. Now Geordie lad was awful fond of gan fishing in the weir, till he caught a fish upon his hook and he thought it rather queer. But what a kind of fish it was, young Lambton couldn't he tell, but he wasn't fast to tack it home, so he hauled it doon the well. So wisht, lads, hide your gobs, I'll tell yous all an awful story. Wisht, lads, hide your gobs, I'll tell yous bout the worm. Now Lambton he were oft inclined to gang fighting foreign wars, so he joined a troop of knights that cared for neither wounds nor scars. And off he went to Palestine, where queer things him befell, and he'd soon forgotten all about the funny worm doon the well. So wisht, lads, hide your gobs, I'll tell yous all an awful story. Wisht, lads, hide your gobs, I'll tell yous bout the worm. This awful worm, it grewed and grewed, it grewed an awful size, wi' a geek big head and geek big teeth and geek big goggling eyes. And when at night it crawled around to pick up bits of news, why if it got thirsty on the way, it'd milk a dozen coos. So wisht, lads, hide your gobs, I'll tell yous all an awful story. Wisht, lads, hide your gobs, I'll tell yous bout the worm. This awful worm would often feed on calves and lambs and sheeps, and snuffling little bairns alive as they lay down to sleep. When it had eaten all it could, when it had had its fill, away it'd go and wrap its tail 10 times round Penshaw Hill. So wisht, lads, hide your gobs, I'll tell yous all an awful story. Wisht, lads, hide your gobs, I'll tell yous bout the warm. Now news of this deep funny warm and its queer gannons on soon crossed the sea and reached the lugs of bold and brave Sir John. So back he come from Palestine and cut it in 3 halves, and stopped it eating all the bairns and lambs and sheeps and calves. So wisht, lads, hide your gobs, I'll tell yous all an awful story. Wisht, lads, hide your gobs, I'll tell yous bout the warm. Yes, wisht, lads, hide your gobs, I'll tell yous all an awful story. Wisht, lads, hide your gobs, I'll tell yous bout the warm. The Lantern Worm. Anyway, thanks for listening. I hope you enjoy the rest of the festival, and I'll hand you back to Bill. Bye.
Well, thanks very much, Ivor. I really enjoyed that. Yeah. So, I think we're getting slightly ahead of ourselves here. So, after the next one, I might insert a couple of videos. Anyway, this next singer is a local singer, melodeon player. He's performed with the Gloucester Diamonds, Swing Rioters. He's now got his own band, B&W. So please welcome Robin Burton.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Bill. Well, this afternoon I thought I'd play 3 songs for you. The first one is written by a friend of mine called Jerry French, and it's written to celebrate all of those people who we never used to think about until last year, when we came to be aware that they're actually essential workers, key workers. So this song is called Key Workers. The posters, the packers, the drivers and stackers, key workers all over this land. Butchers, bakers, PPE makers, when the chips were down you lent a hand. And you kept the wheels turning in lockdown. Well, COVID came calling in lockdown. You were stored and true. For us you came through, unsung heroes out on the front line. You serviced hotels and mopped up the spills in the care homes all over this land. And the newsagent man, and the one with the van who delivered our parcels by hand. You kept the wheels turning in lockdown. Oh, COVID came calling in lockdown. You were stored and true. For us you came through, unsung heroes out on the front line. Security guards at it so hard. Bus drivers we lost quite a few. The givers of care, just like doctors and nurses, you made a big sacrifice too. And you kept the wheels turning in lockdown. So COVID came calling in lockdown. You were stored and true. For us you came through, unsung heroes out on the front line. So here's to the people, just ordinary people, key workers all over this land. Like the heroes of yore, in the days of the war, when the chips were down, you lent a hand. You kept the wheels turning in lockdown. Oh, COVID came calling in lockdown. You were stored and true. You came through, unsung heroes out on the front line. You were stored and true. For us you came through, unsung heroes was out on the front line. So, Key Workers by Jerry French. The next song I'd like to sing is by, or rather is collected from a gypsy singer called May Bradbury in Shropshire. And this one is called Willow Tree. As I walked by a willow tree, the willow branching down on me, I picked it up, it would not break. I passed my love, he would not speak. Oh, speak, young man, and don't be shy, be shy. I'm not a girl to pass you by. For friends will met and friends will part. Don't take my hand, but not my heart. I wish your bosom were a glass of glass, that I could view it through and through, to see the secret of your heart. If I love what I cannot do, oh, bring me back the one I love, one I love. Bring him back to me. I could only have the one I love. How happy, happy I should be. My love, he is a sailor boy, sailor boy. He plows the ocean through and through. And when he is so far away, he hardly thinks no more of me. So bring me back the one I love, one I love. Bring him back to me. I only have the one I love. How happy, happy I should be. How happy, happy I should be. So there we have Willow Tree from May Bradbury of Shropshire. So the last song, this is called High Germany, and I always used to perform this song at quite a high pace and a very cheery song, but it always seemed to me that there were two songs in here waiting to get out. One very cheery and the other perhaps a little bit sorrowful, from the woman's point of view, who's waiting for the soldier to come back home again. So this is High Germany. Oh, Polly love, oh Polly, the rally has begun, and I must go on marching with the beating of the drum. So dress yourself all in your best, now come along with me. I'll take you to the warm love in High Germany. Willie love, now Willie, oh mind what you do say. My feet they are so tender, there, I cannot march away. Beside me here is William, I am which shall I be, not suited to the warm love in high Germany. I'll buy it for you, horse my love, and on it you shall ride, and all of my delight shall come, me marching by your side. We'll stop at every ale house and drink when we're dry. Be true to one another, love, get married by and by. Cursed be these cruel wars wherever they do rise, for out of merry England took many a lad like wine. They stole my William from me, and took my brothers three, and sent them to the warm love in high Germany. My friends, I do not ban you, and foes I do not fear, for since my William left me, I've travelled far and near, and when my baby he is born, and smiles upon my knee, I'll think on lovely William in high Germany. Holly, love, Holly, around it has begun, and I must go a-marching to the beating of the drum. So dress yourself all in your best, come along with me, I'll take you to the warm love in high Germany. Holly, love, Holly, around it has begun. So that was High Germany. Thank you for watching.
Well, thank you, Robin. Your melodeon sounds great. That is a magic melodeon. That's electric, but it sounds just like a normal melodeon. Amazing. Okay, we are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. So after this next singer, I might stick a couple of videos in as well. So anyway, here's a frequent visitor to Churchdown Folk Club, which is, by the way, it's at Churchdown Club. Hopefully we should be able to get going again in a few weeks' time or months' time. It'd be nice to see a few more faces turning up there. We have met an awful lot of new people on Zoom, which is great. Anyway, this frequent visitor to Churchdown Folk Club is from the Forest of Dean, and he's our favourite singing vet, Eden Tanner.
Thank you, Will. Hello there, everybody. I'm Eden. As you can see by the grey beard, I'm a folkie, but I tend to regard myself more as a floor singer than a concert performer, but never mind. Here we are in my living room, my bespoke music studio, at least for the day anyway. I'm going to sing 3 songs for you. The first one goes back to the era of the miners' strike in the early 70s when I was a student in Bristol, trying to work for exams, and they kept on turning off all the electricity, but never mind, we used to get round it one way or the other. A song by Mal Brown. I am that miner you locked out, I am that coal black you were, and where we stood 10,000 strong, we're standing yet though few were. But if you think you've starved me out, and imagine that you're winning, think again, you'll all agree, the battle's just beginning. And if you want to find me, I'll tell you where I'll be, standing where the miners stand, for miners all to see. I am that soldier of the King, marching on to glory. See the sergeant on parade, I'll tell a different story. For sergeant, you're a bitter man, and may you never prosper, and may you never marry, as your father gone before. And if you want to find me, I'll tell you where I'll be, standing where the soldiers stand, for soldiers all to see. I am that keeper of the faith, that faced your persecution, your sticks and stones to break my bones, your cross my execution. But death it holds no sting for me, nor grave a prison can make. You'll never hold this spirit free, though you my body can break. And if you want to find me, I'll tell you where I'll be, standing where the Christians stand, for Christians all to see. I am that lover of your life, I'll feed you when you hunger, I'll guard you when you ask my arm, I'll not see you go under. But if you want for pastures new, or ache for self-expression, go and God be at your side. My name is not suppression. And if you want to find me, I'll tell you where I'll be, standing where the lovers stand, for lovers all to see. Standing where the lovers stand, for lovers all to see. Lovely words by Mal Brown. Now, when I was a little boy, actually, I grew up in Lancashire. And when you grow up in Lancashire, you very rapidly take on the idea that there's a bit of rivalry between the neighbouring county, Yorkshire, and you never never miss any chance to take a pot at Yorkshiremen. So this is called Three Yorkshiremen Went a-Hunting. 3 Yorkshiremen went hunting, but nothing could they find but a haystack out in the middle of a field, and that they left behind. Now the first one says, "That's a haystack in a field." And the second one, he says, "Nay." The third one says, "It's an old Dutch barn, but the nails were worn and there came a storm and the roof has blown away." 3 Yorkshiremen went hunting, but nothing could they find but a plough stuck out in the middle of a field, and that they left behind. Now the first one says, "That's a plough in a field." And the second one, he says, "Nay." The third one says, "It's a wheelbarrow, but the box was thin and it tumbled in and the wheel has rolled away." 3 Yorkshiremen went hunting, but nothing could they find but a cow pat out in the middle of a field, and that they left behind. Now the first one says, that's a cow pat in a field. And the second one, he says, nay. The third one says it's a custard pie, but it's very, very old, and it's covered in mould, and the pastry's rotted away. 3 Yorkshire men went hunting, but nothing could they find, but a hedgehog out in the middle of a field, and that they left behind. Now the first one says, that's a hedgehog in a field. And the second one, he says, nay. The third one says it's a pincushion, but it's grown 2 eyes, and it's covered in flies, and pins are in wrong way. 3 Yorkshire men went hunting, but nothing could they find, but a pig stuck out in the middle of a field, and that they left behind. Now the first one says, that's a pig in a field. And the second one, he says, nay. The third one says it's an elephant, but it's lost its trunk, and it's awful shrunk, and it's pink instead of grey. 3 Yorkshire men went hunting, but nothing could they find, but a scarecrow out in the middle of a field, and that they left behind. Now the first one says, that's a scarecrow in a field. And the second one, he says, nay. The third one says it's a folk singer, but he's grown a beard, got his finger in his ear, and 2 eyes that point wrong way. 3 Yorkshire men went hunting, but nothing could they find, but a billy goat out in the middle of a field, and that they left behind. Now the first one says, that's a billy old goat. And the second one, he says, nay. The third one says it's the devil himself. So they all 3 ran away. Sorry to any Yorkshiremen in the audience. It's only fun. We don't really mean it. Now, the last one, I used to travel back on a Friday night from Devon, one end of Devon to the other, to see a young lady who's actually still with me 40 odd years later. And on the way back from Devon through Devon on a Friday night, I used to listen to a programme on the radio called Folk on Friday on the BBC, hosted by Tony Capstick. And he used to sing this one, although actually I've later found out it was written by Jake Thackeray, and Jake Thackeray used to do it as well, was the original one. So this is Old Molly Metcalf. Old Molly Metcalf counting sheep, young Tan to the Mether Pip she counted, up upon Swaledale steep and bleak, Yan Tan to the Mether Pip she said. Grow little sheep, come hail, come snow, Yan Tan to the Mether Pip she counted. Fine warm wool for a gentleman's shoulder blades, Yan Tan to the Mether Pip she said. Over the heather when the weather is cold, Yan Tan to the Mether Pip she counted. Stiff Molly Metcalf goes bow-leggedly, Yan Tan to the Mether Pip she said. Grow little sheep, come wind, come rain, Yan Tan to the Mether Pip she counted. Fine warm wool for a lady's counterpane, Yan Tan to the Mether Pip she said. On her back in the bracken with frozen bones, Yan Tan to the Mether Pip she counted. Daft Molly Metcalf singing alone, Yan Tan to the Mether Pip she said. Grow little sheep, come death, come dark, Yan Tan to the Mether Pip she counted. No such wool for old Molly Metcalf, Yan Tan to the Mether Pip she said. Well, thanks everybody for listening. Let's hope before very long we shall all meet again in the pub, singing and having a good chat and drinking some beer as well. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you, Eden. That was brilliant. I always love to hear your voice. Right, we seem to have got well ahead of ourselves now, so a little bit of loose programming from me, I think. So what I'm going to do is, when we had a practice a couple of months ago, Blackthorn Buskers around the bass Gerd's house, in the back garden we made a recording of a song together. There's a lot of background noise, but I thought it would be fun to play it anyway. So have a listen to this. As I was a-walking one morning last autumn, I've overheard some noble fox hunting between two noble men and the Duke of Wellington. It was early before the day was dawning. There was Dido, Bendigo, Gentry, he was there, oh, traveller, he never looked behind him. There was Countess a Rover, Bonny Lass and Jover, these were the hounds that could find him. Now the first fox being young and his trials just beginning, he's head straight away for his cover. He's run up yon highest dale and on down on lowest hill, thinking that he'd find his freedom there forever. There was Dido, Bendigo, Gentry, he was there, oh, traveller, he never looked behind him. There was Countess a Rover, Bonny Lass and Jover, these were the hounds that could find him. Now the next fox being old and his trials nearly ending, he's head straight away for the river. Well, the fox he has jumped in, but an hound's jumped after him. It was traveller who strayed at him forever. There was Dido, Bendigo, Gentry, he was there, oh, traveller, he never looked behind him. There was Countess a Rover, Bonny Lass and Jover, these were the hounds that could find him. Now they've run across the plain and they'll soon come back again. The fox nor the hounds never failing. It's been 6 months today since I heard that squire say, on me brave lads, now forever. There was Dido, Bendigo, Gentry, he was there, oh, traveller, he never looked behind him. There was Countess a Rover, Bonny Lass and Jover, these were the hounds that could find him. There was Dido, Bendigo, Gentry, he was there, oh, traveller, he never looked behind him. There was Countess a Rover, Bonny Lass and Jover, these were the hounds that could find him. Blackthorn Buskers. Okay, well, we're really well ahead. I don't really want to start Debra until Debra Hannis is on next. I don't really want to start her until her time, really, because no doubt people are going to be coming along specifically to listen to Debra. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an intermission now, and we'll start again with Debra, I think, at 15:15. That'll give me an opportunity to set other things up as well. So I'm going to put everything on hold now until 12:15. So I hope you're going to still be with us when we come back. Well, welcome back. I guess, you know, trying to run this, you know, the way we're running things so close to each other is a bit crazy, really, and nothing like a real festival, because normally you do get quite big breaks in between different acts. So I'm going to try and keep it to time, so there will be times when the curtains will go across and we'll have a short break. Now this next performer, I hardly feel that I really need to introduce her, but Debra Hannis is a well-established traditional a cappella folk singer from Gloucestershire. Her material comprises sea shanties, ballads and chorus songs. Debra's been entertaining audiences throughout the UK, including Sidmouth Folk Festival in 2018 and Cambridge Folk Festival in 2019. So, and she's brought her child to work, so it's very nice actually. It's bringing Oscar up in the tradition, definitely. So here's Debra, and she's at Churchdown Club, I think.
Thanks, Will. Hi, my name's Debra Hannis, and obviously I'm part of the Churchdown Folk Festival. It's nice to see you all. I hope you've got your singing voices ready, and then you can sing the choruses with me, and if I make any mistakes you can sing them as well for me. That'd be great. So I'm going to sing with I'm going to start even with a nice joining in one called The Wild Mountain Time. Oh, the summer time is coming, and the trees are sweetly blooming, and the wild mountain time goes around the blooming heather. Will he go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together. Oh, the wild mountain time goes around the blooming heather. Will he go, lassie, go? I will build my love above by yon crystal fountains, and on it I will pile all the flowers of the mountain. Will he go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain time, all around the blooming heather. Will he go, lassie, go? If my true love he'll not come, I will surely find another to the wild mountain time, all around the blooming heather. Will he go, lassie, go? And we'll all thank you. The Wild Mountain Time, I can hear you all singing along lovely. I'm just going to pick this up because I still have a 1-year-old. Here you go, mate. There's your toys. Yeah? Good boy. He is in the bar, not legally, but you know, that's all good. So now I'm going to sing a song off my album. If you haven't already bought it, please go and buy it because we need all the money that we can get. Oh no, don't cry, it's okay. So this song is called She's Like a Swallow. It's okay. She's like a swallow that flies so high. She's like a river that never runs dry. She's like the sunlight on the shore. I love my love and love's no more. 'Twas out in the garden this fair maid did go, picking a beautiful primrose. The more she plucked, the more she pulled, until she got her apron full. 'Twas out in the roses where she made her bed, a stony pillow for her head. She lay me down, no word she spoke, until this fair maid's heart was broke. She's like a swallow that flies so high. She's like a river that never runs dry. She lay me down, no word she spoke, until this fair maid's heart was broke. I love my love and love's no more. Thank you. She's like a swallow. And Oscar was definitely singing there, while Bill makes nice thumb actions to entertain him while we do this. Love it. So basically the next song I am going to sing is one I pinched from their famous Vogwals. So I pinched it off of them, that's where I first heard it, and then I actually saw the person that wrote it, or sang it at least, Corinne Polwart, when I went to the Cambridge Folk Festival. I was lucky enough to play there in the Flower Garden, which, if you've never been to Cambridge Folk Festival, it's not really a flower garden at all. There's some nice wild flowers and then just a random gazebo in the middle of it. So this song is called Follow the Heron. The back of the winter is broken, and light lingers long by the door, and the seas of the summer is broken, it gowns their plumes on the shore. By night and day will sport and will play, and delight as the dawn dances over the bay, till he blows the breath of the morning away, and we follow the heron home. By darkness we cradled our sorrow, and stoked all our fire with fear. Now these bones that lie empty and hollow are ready for darkness to cheer. By night and day we'll sport and we'll play, and delight as the dawn dances over the bay. Sleep blows the breath of the morning away, and we follow the heron home. So may long you sing of the salmon, for the snows and its sounds of your home. When the morning delivers its sermon of ice, salt water and stone. By night and day we'll sport and we'll play, and delight as the dawn dances over the bay. Sleep blows the breath of the morning away, we follow the heron home. By night and day we'll sport and we'll play, and delight as the dawn dances over the bay. Sleep blows the breath of the morning away, we follow the heron home. And we follow the heron home. Oh dear, oh dear. It's okay, it's okay. So we are delighted to be part of the Chippenham Folk Festival. This is what I'm playing with, by the way, this nice little, I think it's a dragonfly or a butterfly, but off track. This come from a really great shop, and this was 50p from the Stroud District Kids Stuff work, what do they call it, like a big warehouse, and it's amazing. So if you've got children, definitely go there because it's incredible. So this is what's keeping him entertained, as well as Bill's finger actions. Anyway, what was I saying? I was saying we're absolutely delighted to be part of Chippenham Folk Festival, and actually honoured to be booking for it at the moment. So next year we're hoping to be back in real life. So please all go along to that. It's going to be fabulous. And hopefully last weekend or the weekend before, you should have been at the virtual online one, which is absolutely going to be amazing. Right, next one. So this song you will all know from me because I sing it all the time. This is like my signature song because mainly it's the only one I can remember all the words properly to. Now I've said that, I'll probably screw it up. It's called Kind Friends and Companions. Kind friends and companions, come join me in rhyme. Come lift up your voices in chorus with mine. Come lift up your voices, oh grieve to refrain. For we may or might never all meet here again. Here's a health to the wee lass that I love so well. Her smile and her beauty, there's none can excel. The smile on her countenance as she sits on my knee. There is no one in this wide world as happy as me. Here's a health to the company, and likewise my lass. Let's all drink together, all out of one glass. Let's all drink together, oh grieve to refrain. For we may or might never all meet here again. Our ship lies at harbour, she's ready to sail. I hope she's safe landing, all free from all gales. I hope she's safe landing, by land or by sea. as happy as me. Here's a health to the company, and likewise my lass. Let's all drink together, all out of one glass. Let's all drink together, all grief to refrain, for we may or may never or meet here again, for we may or may never or meet here again. So basically, everybody says, Deb, why do you always sing that song? Well, the truth of the matter is, to be fair, COVID has really made me think about why I sing these songs and why I want to interact with other people. And I feel like that song in particular does exactly that. You know, we want to be able to drink together, we want to be able to sing together, we want to be able to meet together, and doing this, you know, as you can see behind me, this is where we want to be. We want to be in the bar. We want to be falling off our chairs and laughing and joking. We don't want to be on Zoom. We want to be hugging and all of that. So that's why I sing that song, and even more important now. So as you probably all are aware, that all my jobs got cut with COVID, but luckily I was the lucky one because I was pregnant. So I still had maternity allowance, but for a lot of people, COVID has done exactly that. It's quit everybody's jobs, and it's not good. So I'm not allowed into the care home at the moment as we speak, and that was my main job, singing to all of the residents. And I was really humbled because this next song I used to sing with the residents, and I taught it to them and they would sing it with me, and it was beautiful. And this one gentleman, who sadly has passed on during the outbreak, but he used to always sing it with me, and he said it really reminded him of when he was going all around the world with the Navy. So this song is Somewhere Along the Road. But before we start that, just to say that we do have plenty of, you know, snacks to keep the child entertained. So we're just going on snack number 2 now. But it's okay, it's a banana OT bar, which is quite healthy. So we're all good. Here we go. Do you want it? It's like looking at me. Don't really want it, Mum. Oh, there we go. So this is Somewhere on the Road. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me, far beyond the storms that blow, waiting patiently. No secrets held in an open heart, a spirit that soars over mountains. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. Somehow a guiding light always shows the way to those who lose their way by night, searching for the day, a day away from happiness. Tomorrow will bring a new sunshine. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. Sometimes when winds are still, unexpectedly, far beyond the silent hill, a voice will call to me. Raise your eyes to see my world. Raise your voice and sing out. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. Raise your eyes to see my world. Raise your voice and sing out. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. No, he's laughing. Amazing. I think they're playing peekaboo. Our next that's amazing. Good boy. Our next song is one I wrote. I haven't wrote many songs. So I was stood in Cheltenham Town Hall at Cheltenham Folk Festival when we heard the sad news of the fishermen friends and their tragic accident when they got hit by a stage door and killed one of their tour managers and one of the band members. And they've got a whole film about it now, which is quite impressive. But the song never made it to the film, even though if you watch the film, this song is actually perfect place for it. But never mind. We never got famous, our time wasn't lucky. So this is called Rest Assured. Hold away, my fellow dear, hold away to the sea. You're now in the waters to sail far and free. Fishermen, you tried, fishermen, you died, singing songs of the ocean. We will remember thee, singing songs of the ocean. We will remember thee. The waves will follow you. Here are the legends of the sea. Back in Port Isaac, the friends await the shore. Fishermen, you tried, fishermen, you died, singing songs of the ocean. We will remember thee, singing songs of the ocean. We will remember thee. Your names are in our hearts, your voice is in the air. The presence of your spirit will stay with us everywhere. Fishermen, you tried, fishermen, you died, singing songs of the ocean. We will remember thee, singing songs of the ocean. We will remember thee tonight. Oh, tonight. Thank you. Oh dear. And we dropped a toy, and we've dropped a blankie, And the entertainment is going terribly wrong, isn't it, Oskies, eh? See, it's not, we haven't got to listen to Moo Music or anything like that. We go to a baby club on a Monday and it's called Moo Music. And if you want to listen to it, look on YouTube, it's got loads of actions. Oh yeah, and the blanket is Merry Christmas. I don't know if you can see that, but we're still on Christmas mode. You're alright. You're alright. Thank you. So I'm going to sing a couple of more songs. So thank you ever so much for watching, and I hope you've all been singing along and laughing. So basically, this next song is called The Water Is Wide, and this song is really, really, really famous, and I'm sure you will all know it. So please do sing along with me. The water is wide, I can't get over, and neither have I got wings to fly. Bring me a boat that can carry two, and both shall row, my love and I, down in the meadow the other night, both gathering flowers, both red and blue. I pricked my finger till it broke, as did my own false love to mine. I leaned my back against an oak, thinking it was a trusted tree, but first it bent and then it broke, as did my own false love to me. The water is wide, I can't get over, and neither have I got wings to fly. Bring me a boat that can carry two, and both shall row, my love and I, and both shall row, my love and I. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you, Bill Craswell, for having me, and thank you to Bill Taylor for being child entertainer, keyboard, and recording this for me. So we are in the pub, in the bar in Churchdown, obviously, but actually in real life we're in Bill's garage and it's blowing absolutely hooly outside and it's absolutely freezing, but we're doing alright. So my next one is going to be my last one, and it's called The Parting Glass. Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company, and all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. I've a want of wit to memory now me the parting glass. Good night, and your eye be with you all. A man may drink and not be drunk. A man may fight and not be slain. A man may court a pretty girl, and perhaps we will come back again. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and I'll softly call. Good night, and your eye be with you all. Good night, and your eye be with you all. Good night, God bless, stay safe.
Well, thanks, Deb. That was lovely. Got such a beautiful voice. You don't really need any accompaniment at all. Now, one of the benefits of lockdown is that using Zoom, you're able to get around the country easily. It was on a Zoom session that I first met Steve and Julie from Derby. Julie is a prolific songwriter, and Steve also has contributed to their repertoire. They have some lovely harmonies too. Now, this is our first live streaming via Zoom, so I'm hoping that everything goes hunky-dory. It's looking good, and also because it is live and we've got a lot of time, Steve and Julie have kindly agreed to do a full 45 minutes. So here we go, Steve and Julie Wigley.
Is there any good news in the news today? A story to make me smile. Lord knows it's been a while. Something wrong put right, a villain turned good. A 21st century Robin Hood. But there's precious little good news in the news today. Another cold hard face on the front page staring at me. Wanted in connection with the latest atrocity. A mind full of hate, a heart made of stone, eyes that can chill you right to the bone. But there's precious little good news in the news today. Another old politician bending a break in the rules. A nation left floundering, steered by a ship of fools. Who find money for this and money for that, but they never put a penny in the poor man's hat. I guess it's just gonna be another bad news day. Is there any good news in the news today? A story to make me smile. Lord knows it's been a while. Something wrong put right, a villain turned good. A 21st century Robin Hood. But there's precious little good news in the news today. Another finger on a trigger or a child left in harm's way. Another captive for the slave masters of our modern day. An illegal passage to this land of the free, but it's a long hard road for the refugee. I guess it's just gonna be another bad news something wrong put right, a villain turned good, a 21st century Robin Hood. A miracle cure, the sign of a dove, a voice singing, all you need is love. But there's precious little good news in the news today. Ah, there's precious little good news in the news today.
Hi everybody, great to be with you at Churchdown. What a beautiful day, and some super songs up to now, and we really enjoyed Debbie's set. Beautiful voice, and great to hear Oscar joining in as well. We thought we'd live dangerously too, because Jade, our folk parrot, is in a cage behind Julie. So
anything could happen in the next half hour.
Anything could happen indeed. We're going to do some of the songs that Julie's written, and some of them will be from our latest album, At the Passing of the Storm, and Billy Ruffin. This next song is one of them, and living in Derbyshire as we do, we're a long way from the sea, so I don't quite know why we've got so many sea songs in our repertoire. Wishful thinking, I guess. But this is a song that came about from a book which was bought for me as a Christmas present many years ago, and it languished on the shelf unread until lockdown, and I got stuck into it, and it was a fabulous story about one of the ships of Nelson's navy. And she fought through all the major battles in the Napoleonic Wars, and in fact at the Battle of the Nile, which was fought at night, she was completely dismasted fighting the French flagship, which later blew up, and she fought at Trafalgar. But she became famous as the ship which brought Bonaparte back to England when the war was over after Waterloo, and her name was HMS Bellerophon. But the crew struggled with that, so they nicknamed her the Billy Ruffian, and this is her story. 1, 2, 3, 4. She was born in the year 1782 at Finsbury Town with the Medway in view. Thomas Slade was the draftsman who gave her those lines. Edward Greaves was the man who had built her, and 3,000 ghosts would bring her to life. Billy Ruffian, the name that they gave her. With a keel laid of elm on the slope of the slip, the sheer legs and scaffold poles cradled the ship, and their 200 craftsmen sweated and toiled with axe, saw and auger to shape her. And from those bare bones rose the ship of the line, Billy Ruffian, the name that they gave her. From the Channel's grey seas to the blue of the Meg, from the Chesapeake clear across to Dover, Billy Ruffian fought boldly wherever he led. Her name became known the world over. In an October gale she pulled to the tide, to be coppered and rigged, then to Chatham she'd ride, to sea in the Channel, to wait for the call, till such time that a country would need her. When over in France they toppled their king, Billy Ruffian, the name that they gave her. 'Twas the glorious first in June '94, that her enemies first heard the batteries roar, when for 3 days she fought under Admiral Howe, and there her first captain fell wounded. But she brought him home safe to the cheers of the crowd, Billy Ruffian, the name that they gave her. From Channel's grey seas to the blue of the Med, from the Chesapeake clear across to Dover, Billy Ruffian fought boldly wherever he led. Her name became known the world over. Then when Bonaparte sailed for the banks of the Nile, and Nelson's fleet followed him mile upon mile, Billy Ruffian stood proud in her place in the line, and fought through that night for her glory. Against the Lorient she lay till the masts were all gone, Billy Ruffian, the name that they gave her. Finally off Cape Trafalgar she helped end the dreams of the Corsican tyrant and all of his schemes. When the Battle of Waterloo ended the war, she brought him a prisoner to England, and with victory won, so her duty was done. Billy Ruffian, the name that they gave her. From the Channel's grey seas to the blue of the Med, from the Chesapeake clear across to Dover, Billy Ruffian fought boldly wherever he led. Her name became known the world over. From the Channel's grey seas to the blue of the Med, from the Chesapeake clear across to Dover, Billy Ruffian fought boldly wherever he led. Billy Ruffian. I almost got that right. It's surprising how distracting it is seeing yourself in the screen. But anyway, the first song was called Precious Little Good News, and the good news is that it's a fabulous day of music from Churchdown, and we're so pleased to be a part of it. The next song we're going to do is another one of Julie's, and it's a song with a Derbyshire connection. A few years ago... Sorry?
Clementina.
It is. You're quite right. I ought to be looking at the set list. The next song is a song which came out of lockdown, and we've been running a little songwriting competition with some friends, and each month one of them set a subject. And the subject a few months ago was a bit tricky because it was doppelgangers. But Julie came up with this lovely story about an admiral called George Tryon, who in 1893 was exercising some of our ships in the Mediterranean, and he gave orders which caused a collision. And his own ship was lost, and many of his crew lost their lives, as did he. But that same night his wife was holding a dinner party back in London, and many of the guests swore that they saw the Admiral come down the staircase in his best dress uniform.
Very spooky.
Spooky. So this is Julie's song, Clementina's Lament. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I am Clementina Tryon. My husband was a man of the sea. Through the ranks of the British Navy he rose, midshipman to Admiralty. To his first love he has returned now. From me he has taken his leave, and he lies with her on the deep ocean bed, while in London town I grieve. Yesterday I threw a party, a glittering and lavish affair, while my guests in their finery drank and dined at our home here in Eaton Square. George was far abroad on manoeuvres in the Mediterranean squadron there off the Syrian coast was beset by tragedy.
Yet still some swear here in Eaton Square he descended the stairs that night. In full uniform he had passed them by, room to room, then clear out of sight. Double walker, doppelganger, taking a final walk ashore. Alter ego, wraith or harbinger, here then gone.
Grave miscalculation, issued orders bold but unsound, and his flagship was hauled at the starboard bow as the camber down swung around. And so Her Majesty's ship, the Victoria, she was swallowed up by the sea with 357 crew, and her admiral was lost to me.
Yet still some swear here in Eaton Square he descended the stairs that night. In full uniform he had passed them by, room to room, then clear out of sight. Double walker, doppelganger, taking a final walk ashore. Alter ego, wraith or harbinger, here and gone. Forevermore. Double walker, doppelganger, taking a final walk ashore. Alter ego, wraith or harbinger, here and gone. Gone forevermore.
Clementina's Lament. Lovely song, one of my favourites from the past year. And the next song is a song with a Derbyshire connection, says he, looking at the set list. And this is about the Lady Bower Reservoir up in the Peak District, which when it was created involved this the loss of two villages, Derwent and Ashipton. And recently some old photographs, sepia and black and white pictures, came to light of children playing in the village and a family on a coach outside one of the inns. And these were all scenes from around the turn of the last century, before the villages were lost. So Julie thought there should be a song about them. And this is Lady Bower. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Lady the tavern door, perched high atop a coach and four, history in the making. New plans for the greater good, these cottages, these streets, this hall. The tall house, ivy clad, slowly a waters rose to claim them all. Lady Bower, oh Lady Bower, to villages, to ruins torn, condemned to fall that you might rise, drowned in your water, bricks and mortar, Derbyshire's Atlantis born. School children post upon a bridge, not one would ever guess they'd see their world devoured by Lady Bower, the haunting sight of Derwent's tower descending through your water. Though Asherton lies buried deep in times of drought when waters ebb, Derwent may offer up her bones. In Derby now her church bells tone rings out to mock their memory. Lady Bower, oh Lady Bower, to villages, to ruins torn, condemned to fall that you might rise, drowned in your water, bricks and mortar, Derbyshire's Atlantis born. Drowned in your water, bricks and mortar, Derbyshire's Atlantis born.
Lady Bower, well worth the visit. A beautiful spot, and it's also quite famous as the place where the Dam Busters did a lot of their practicing, flying their Lancasters low over the water way back in 1943. This next song is another song with a Derby connection. Derby was one of the first places in the country to have a public park. In fact, it was the first. And the land for the park was donated by Joseph Strutt, who was a businessman, a mill owner around that time in the late 1700s. And he gave this land to the townspeople of Derby so they would have somewhere for recreation. So this is called Arboretum. The wheels of industry were turning, the atmosphere begrimed by smoke and soot, when Joseph Strutt, the public's welfare at his heart, with 11 of his acres chose to part. He knew full well that for the most there'd be no outing to the countryside or coast. Instead he'd build a green space here, so that each and every Derbyan could boast an arboretum, how very grand, an urban park for the people, owned by the people, the very first of its kind in all the land. What a place to repair for a breath of fresh air. He chose John Loudon, landscape gardener, like-minded and a man of great repute. He'd surely suit. His innovative new creations could be seen throughout the nation taking root. Exotic species form the key, his flower beds inspired by geometry. Good shape and balance reign supreme, 1,000 trees and 1,000 more bright evergreens. An arboretum, how very grand, an urban park for the people, owned by the people, the very first of its kind in all the land. What a place to repair
for a breath of fresh air.
Statues grace the gravel walkways, 100 types of rose labelled with care, scented the air.
Seats to rest a while and wonder at horticulture handled with such flair. A splendid fountain and pavilions, grassy banks to mask the townscape's sullen grey. Beyond those gates an earthly paradise, you could have been 1,000,000 miles away. An arboretum, how very grand, an urban park for the people, owned by the people, the very first of its kind in all the land. What a place to repair for a breath of fresh air. An arboretum, how very grand, an urban park for the people, owned by the people, the very first of its kind in all the land. What a place to repair for a breath of fresh air.
Arboretum. Oh, I have to have a quick swallow, I think. Well, I hope you're enjoying the music today. We certainly are, and we're looking forward to the rest of the afternoon. The next song is Julie doing her bit for feminism, and
quite right. I usually wear my highwayman's hat, but I've left it upstairs today.
This is a song about a young lady who, around the time of the English Civil War, lived in Hertfordshire, and she was quite well off. But her husband was a bit of a wastrel, and he squandered her fortune supporting King Charles, backed a loser. So she decided to turn to a life of crime and became the first female highwayman. 2, 3, 4.
He was not of my choosing, but alas I wore his ring. His attentions lay only with his country and the king. My wealth he used freely, my houses, land and more, so to prove his allegiance
In the bloody Civil War.
So in gentleman's apparel, silver pistol at my side, I saddled up my best black mare, and with her I did ride, with intent to rob and plunder, my fortune to repay.
A bold and a wicked lady upon the dark highway. Stand and deliver your guineas and your gold, and whatever else of worth you chance to carry. Stand and deliver, or make your final peace. From this earth not much longer will you tarry.
Ralph Chaplin was my lover and accomplice on my patch. We worked it well together till he finally met his match, when misfortune befell him on a failed robbery, and there on Finchley Common he was hanged from a tree. In sorrow and in rage then retribution I sought. I slew the local constable and mighty havoc wrought, set a torch to their cottages while all the village slept, then safe home in my feather bed this wicked lady wept. Stand and deliver your guineas and your gold,
else of worth you chance to carry. Stand and deliver, or make your final peace, for on this earth not much longer will you tarry.
My own demise soon followed in the heart of no man's land. A lone wagoner I challenged, but he'd comrades close at hand. The shot rang out and pierced my breast as I turned the horse to flee.
She sped me swiftly homeward, but it proved the death of me.
Still my spirit knows no boundaries, a shade is of time seen. Out on the roads of Hertfordshire, when all the leaves are green. My life was short but bittersweet, so catch me if you can.
But I swear I lived it to the full, as a female highwayman. Stand and deliver your guineas and your gold, and whatever else of worth you chance to carry. Stand and deliver, or make your final peace, for on this earth not much longer will you tarry. Stand and deliver your guineas and your gold, and whatever else of worth you chance to carry. Stand and deliver, or make your final peace, for on this earth not much longer will you tarry.
Stand and Deliver, the female highwayman. Ooh. Yeah, we had some fun with that one because a couple of albums ago we produced a little songbook to go with it, and that song was in the on that particular album, Robinson's Hill, and we decided to go out and take some photographs. So I bought a tricorn hat for Julie and a mock pistol, and she got a double-breasted coat that suited, and we went to down the lane to a nearby farm. There was a horse in the field standing waiting to be photographed, and took some photos of Julie dressed as a highwaywoman. Great fun bringing your fantasies to reality. Right, this next song is about Julie's grandfather, and in 1935 Grandad Lavender built a shed in his garden, and he spent a lot of time in it watching his two sons, Julie's dad Stan and her uncle Alf, growing into their teens while he was pottering about working in the shed, until the war came and they were called up and had to go to fight. And when Julie was a child, she and her cousin John used to spend a lot of time in that same shed helping feed his prize rabbits.
Yes,
And Grandad Lavender's long gone now, sadly, but the shed sits proudly in Julie's cousin's garden, and it brought back so many memories that she thought she'd write a song about it. This is called Through Our Grandfather's Eyes. 2, 3, 4.
Grandad Lavender's shed was built in 1935. All credit to his craftsmanship to know it still survives.
It stands in Cousin John's garden now. He'll often talk of his inheritance with pride. Says you can't help but feel you're slipping back in time when you venture there inside. Every now and then John ceases pottering. With a cup of tea in hand he stands and tries eyes.
With the clouds of conflict gathering fast to set the scene for war, and 2 young sons inevitably called to play their part,
Did he see solace within these wooden walls, offering up a prayer to keep them from harm's way, that by the grace of God they both come safely back when peace finally held sway. Every now and then John sees his pottering, with a cup of tea in hand he stands and tries to visualize the world back then beyond that very window, as seen through our grandfather's eyes.
They never spoke too much about it to Cousin John and me. Dunkirk, the western desert, and the shores of Sicily.
The long march and the prison camp, the endless weeks upon the storm-tossed sea. No counselors back then to quell the demons of the marine and the artillery man. Just had to sweep the darkest days under the carpet, put the pieces back together best you can.
Childhood memories linger there in Grandad Lavender's shed.
The best in show all in a row and waiting to be fed, his pride and joy. We knew them all by name, the rising stars of Fur and Feather magazine, the very finest and the fanciest of rabbits that we had ever seen. Every now and then John sees his pottering, with a cup of tea in hand he stands and tries to visualize the world back then beyond that very window, as seen through our grandfather's eyes. To visualize the world back then beyond that very window, as seen through our grandfather's eyes.
Through our grandfather's eyes. And how are we doing? I think we're all right. Sure, Will chop us off when he's ready. The next song's about my grandparents, and this is the story of how they met in Derby back in the 1920s. And apparently in those days, not much to do on a Sunday for the youngsters, so they would go into town, and on a Sunday afternoon, dressed in their best clothes, they would walk a set route around the marketplace, the Strand, the Corn Market, and the boys had to go in one direction and the girls had to go the opposite way, so that you could eye up the talent. And it was called the Monkey Walk in Derby. Sheffield apparently had something similar called the Bunny Run, but that probably tells you more than you need to know about Yorkshire men. This is the Monkey Walk. 2, 3, 4.
I'll tell you a tale of old Derby, a tale of how sweethearts once met, long before trendy wine bars and nightclubs, and true romance was found on the internet.
were doing the monkey walk, doing the monkey walk, taking the air, talking the talk. There was many a young heart swaying, many a perfect match made on a Sunday afternoon, right there on the monkey walk.
Lads brilliant in suit and a booted, lasses clad in their best hats and coats, one square route in alternate directions, on a quest to find someone who'd float their boats.
They were doing the monkey walk, doing the monkey walk, taking the air, talking the talk. There was many a young heart swaying, many a perfect match made on a Sunday afternoon, right there on the monkey walk.
And the girls pass the boys pass the girls, they'd be giving each other the eye, exchanging remarks with a joke and a lark, and waiting for the sparks to fly.
They were doing the monkey walk, doing the monkey walk, taking the air, talking the talk. There was many a young heart swaying, many a perfect match made on a Sunday afternoon, right there on the monkey walk.
Bertha sported a new tam o' shanter, William's heart from that moment was set, snatched it clean off her head, and the rest was history.
For that's how me grandma and granddad met. They were doing the monkey walk, doing the monkey walk, taking the air, talking the talk. There was many a young heart swaying, many a perfect match made on a Sunday afternoon, right there on the monkey walk. On a Sunday afternoon, right there on the monkey walk.
The monkey walk. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, this is our last one. This next song is a song for lockdown, really, or about lockdown, although it's written in the style of a sea song. It's really about all of us who enjoy our folk music and the fellowship that goes with it and have missed it over the past year or year and a half. And Julie wrote this middle of last year. It's called At the Passing of the Storm.
Music lovers, music makers, for a time we must be parted. Fairly well the icy acres and good friends in harmony. We'll wait patiently at anchor. We will not stand into danger at the passing of the storm. We shall put safely out to sea, and may it
together. Alas, we never had the chance to share a parting glass. So here's good health, friends, one and all, in distant ports and harbours tethered. At the passing of the storm, we shall set sail again at last. Though we're moored in isolation, still our circle is unbroken. Ship to ship communications bring us tidings and good cheer. Newfound ways to share our music turns these cold dust days to diamonds. New horizons for exploring until we're sure the coast is clear. And may it not be long till we can haul away together. Alas, we never had the chance to share a parting glass. So here's good health, friends, one and all, in distant ports and harbours tethered. At the passing of the storm, we shall set sail again at last. We'll drink the juice of the barley, welcome home the wild rover, lightly step it out with Mary, walk aboard the sloop John B. Raise our glasses, raise our voices, raise the Mary Ellen Carter. At the passing of the storm, when the wind and the weather's fair, it'll be broad sailing on the sea. And may it not be long till we can haul away together. Alas, we never had the chance to share a parting glass. So here's good health, friends, one and all, in distant ports and harbours tethered. At the passing of the storm, we shall set sail again at last. At the passing of the storm, we shall set sail again at last. And it can't come too soon.
Yes, let's hope it's not too long now.
Thanks a lot, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks for having us. We really enjoyed it.
I can't remember to turn my microphone on. Well, thanks ever so much, Steve and Julie. That's absolutely brilliant. Well, that leads us quite well. We could start Jim straight away, but I think maybe another Blackthorn Buskers track first. So let's see what we got. Right, here we are at the Carpenters.
Recruiting song. So in order to get the good yeomen of England to join up, you had to threaten what the French were up to. And of course the French were going to come here and drink all our beer. So somebody quite rightly thought, in order to get those people down the recruiting station, tell them about this threat, and hopefully they'll all come and sign up. It's got a chorus, well, a refrain, which I'm sure you all want to join in. Come drink, my brave boys, as I've told you before. Come drink, my brave boys, and we'll surely call for more. For the French, they have invited us. They say that they will try, will try. They say that they will come and drink old England dry. I dry, me boys, I dry. They say that they will come and drink old England dry. Supposing we should meet with the fleet by the way, 10,000 to 1 we will show them British play. With our swords and our cutlasses we'll fight until we die, before that they should come and drink old England dry. I dry, me boys, I dry. Before that they should come and drink old England dry. Then up spake Lord Wellington, of fame and renown. He says he'll come true to his country and his crown. Though the cannons they may rattle and the bullets they may fly, we'll never let them come and drink old England dry. I dry, me boys, I dry. We'll never let them come and drink old England dry. So drink, my brave boys, as I've told you before. Come drink, my brave boys, and you cannot drink no more. For the Frenchies they may boast, but their boasts are all my eye, my eye. We'll never let them come and drink old England dry. I dry, me boys, I dry. We'll never let them come and drink old England dry. Thank you.
Okay, so that's Blackthorn Buskers. Right, well, the guy that you saw singing there is Jim Rowley, and he's a Gloucester-based singer-songwriter, regularly seen and heard on the folk scene in Gloucestershire and beyond, either as a solo or a member of the band Blackthorn Buskers. Born into an Irish family transplanted into South Wales, his writing draws on both of those traditions, as well as referencing contemporary themes. I'm trying to find this video while I'm doing this. He's got a rich, clear voice and is very expressive guitar playing, just enough, not over the top. Excellent sound. Songs of love, loss, protest, anger, and a little humour maybe from time to time. So here's Jim Rowley.
Thank you, Bill. It's great to be here. Pity we can't all be in the same room at the same time. This first song is a song I wrote about Churchdown on a Saturday night. Not really. It's called Big Night in a Small Town. Billy combs his hair, he straightens his tie. He meets Eddie on the corner, got that glint in his eye. They pick up Joe at the Garden of Delight. He only comes for the beers, never stays for the fights, 'cause it's a big night in a small town. Boys on the loose and the girls, all the girls trying to tie them down. Gina's dressed to kill in her sister's shoes. Mandy's on the rebound, she got nothing to lose. Emma's got the vodka stashed in a bag. Touches up her lippy and she stamps out her fag, 'cause it's a big night in a small town. Boys on the loose and the girls, all the girls, all the girls trying to tie them down. Jaeger bombs and chasers down at the pub, getting near closing, so it's on to a club. Boys and girls got the same thing on their mind. Want a bit of how's your father, want a bit of bump and grind. It's a big night in a small town. Boys on the loose and the girls, all the girls, all the girls trying to tie them down. Billy and Gina standing freezing in the dark. Eddie and Mandy do the dirty in the park. Emma and Joe don't even speak, thinking about tomorrow and another working week. It's been a big night in a small town. Boys on the loose and the girls, all the girls, all the girls trying to tie them down. It's been a big night in a small town. Boys on the loose and the girls, all the girls, all the girls trying to tie them down. This next one is another one of mine. It's called Lucky Escape. Saying goodbye was easy. I wished we'd never said hello. I think all the right words couldn't wait for you to go. One last kiss, eyes wide open, looking the other way. And the only thing I could think of, knew I couldn't say. You weren't my one and only, you were never my soulmate. You were my happy ever after, you were my lucky escape. My friends were not your friends, my dreams were not your dreams. My only role accessory in your plots and schemes. Another day, another demand, another compromise, another broken promise, till I realized you weren't my one and only, you were never my soulmate. You were my happy ever after, you were my lucky escape. Wasn't me, it was you. Know that sounds unkind, but I was never your lover, I was your alibi. I lied for you, I spied for you, jumped at your command, till walking away was the only way, make you understand. You weren't my one and only, you were never my soulmate. Were my happy ever after, you were my lucky escape. Okay, so now I'm going to try and do a traditional song unaccompanied. So I better put the guitar away. So this is the sorry tale of a dying soldier. Not dying of his wounds, not dying on the battlefield, dying of syphilis because he spent all his money on ladies of ill repute. It's called The Unfortunate Rake. As I was a-walking down by St. James Hospital, as I was a-walking down by there one day, I met an old comrade all wrapped up in flannel. Wrapped up in flannel, oh, warm was the day. I asked him what ailed him, I asked him what failed him, I asked him the cause of all his complaint. 'Twas all on account of a handsome young woman, 'tis she that has caused me to weep and lament. Had she but told me before she disordered me, had she but told me of it in time, I might have got pills of the salts of white mercury. But now I'm a young man cut down in my prime. Get 6 brave soldiers to carry my coffin. Get 6 fair maidens to sing me a song, and each one to carry a bunch of green laurel, so they don't smell me as they bear me along. Don't muffle your drums, but play your fifes merrily. Sound a quick march as you lower me down, and fire your bright muskets all over my coffin, saying, there goes a sorry young man to his home. Right, the next one's another one of mine. It's a song I wrote about getting old, I suppose. Because when you get old, the problem is all the people around you that you know and love are also getting old. It's called Skin and Bone. I'd carry you. I said I'd carry you. I said I'd carry you when you couldn't walk no more. When skin and bone let you down, skin and bone. I said I'd set you free. I said I'd set you free. I said I'd set you free from the burden that you bore. When skin and bone let you down, skin and bone. I was not ready. I was not ready. I was not ready when you heard the trumpet call. Skin and bone let you down, skin and bone. They say what don't kill you makes you strong. I'm telling you they're wrong, so wrong. All you treasure it fades so fast, with the mind still willing, but that flesh don't last. I said I'd raise you up. I said I'd raise you up. I said I'd raise you up if you fell down to your knees. But skin and bone have let me down, skin and bone. The next song is a traditional song that I got from the singing of Chris Bannister. It's a traditional Newfoundland song called The Prentice Boy. To a New York trader I am bound. I sail the seas around and round. Had not served a year but one when I fell in love with a young woman. Whack for Lola Day, whack for Lola Day. To my captain I did go, and I told him of my sad grief and woe. Love that girl as I love my life. What would I give if she were my wife? Whack for Lola Day, whack for Lola Day. Be gone, you foolish boy, for you love a girl you can ne'er enjoy. She has sweethearts on land and sea. She'll be married before you are free. Whack for Lola Day, whack for Lola Day. Never mind, I'll go and I'll try. Perhaps she might just fancy I. Perhaps she might just fancy I, even though I am but apprentice boy. Whack for Lola Day, whack for Lola Day. So I bought her ribbons and I bought her gloves, and I safe conveyed them with my love. And taking them she was no way shy, and though they came from a apprentice boy. Whack for Lola Day, whack for Lola Day. So come all you young men who sail sea, and never flirt your love in low degree. Love that girl as you love your life, and when you're free make her your wife. Whack for Lola Day, whack for Lola Day. Whack for Lola Day, whack for Lola Day. Next one's another one of mine. This is a song I wrote about my sad lack of success with the opposite sex when I was growing up. It's called Swansea Girls. Swansea girls are easy, everybody knows. Swansea girls aren't choosy, so the story goes. Saturday night on Wine Street in my Sunday best. Week in, week out, I put it to the test. Swansea girls have heard it all before, the tired old refrain. Swansea girls know the score, they won't get fooled again. In the top rank in Cinderella's, trying to get some wild old song. All my best lines fell on deaf ears, I walked home alone. Swansea girls play fast and loose, gotta catch 'em while you can. Swansea girls play you for a fool, they leave you a broken man. And walking down the Kingsway, I can't help but reminisce, and I wonder who they're kissing, all those lips I never kissed. Swansea girls are easy, everybody knows. Swansea girls aren't choosy, so the story goes. Saturday night on Wine Street in my Sunday best. Week in, week out, I laid that lie to rest. I'm a big fan of the term Americana. It covers such a wide variety of music, country, folk, blues and mixtures of them all. This song is by one of my favourite singers in that genre, Guy Clark, sadly no longer with us. It's called LA Freeway. Pack up all your dishes, make note of all good wishes, say goodbye to the landlord for me there. Son of a bitch, he's always bored me. Throw out these LA papers and that molded box of vanilla wafers, and he owes to all this concrete. Some dirt road back street. If I can just skin off of this LA freeway without getting killed, oh God, I'd be down the road in a cloud of smoke to some land. I'm bop, bop, bop. Here's to you, old skinny Dennis. Only one I think I will miss. I can hear Leave the key in the front door, love. They'll find it likely as not. Oh, there's something that we have forgot. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry, babe. Love's a gift that surely handmade. We got something to believe in now. Don't you think it's time we're leaving? If I can just get off of this LA freeway without getting killed or caught, I'd be down the road in a cloud of smoke to some land I ain't bought. If I can just get off of this LA freeway without getting killed or caught, I'd be down the road in a cloud of smoke to some land I ain't bought. Put the pink slip in the mailbox, leave the key in the front door lock. They'll find it likely as not. I'm sure there's something that we have forgotten. Back to my stuff. Now, this is a song I wrote about my Uncle Frank, who was the first in our family to come over to this country from Ireland to work on the lump, the building system back in the 50s. He was a young man hoping to make his fortune, and sadly it didn't work out that way. It's called Frank on the Lump. Cash in hand and no questions. Suck till Friday so you can pay the rent, hand to mouth and no prospects. But the pints in the Crown on a Saturday were heaven sent. Frank came to Cricklewood in 1952, leaving Slaney Shore for good. The sign said no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. Frank learned where he stood for cash in hand and no questions. Suck till Friday so you can pay the rent, hand to mouth and no prospects. But the pints in the Crown on a Saturday were heaven sent. Frank in the freezing morning rain, trying to catch the gangler's eye. Stand him a double if you see him in the pub. We gotta keep that bastard on your side. The cash in hand and no questions. Suck till Friday so you can pay the rent, hand to mouth and no prospects. But the pints in the Crown on a Saturday were heaven sent. Marries the heart, he pours cement, spends his life in a mud-filled ditch. Joe, Coral and Arthur Guinness, they're the only ones getting rich on cash in hand and no questions. Suck till Friday so you can pay the rent, hand to mouth and no prospects. But the pints in the Crown on a Saturday were heaven sent. harder as the years roll by, thankless toil without respite, till the aches and pains, they don't go away when you fall into bed at night. And always, always the dream of going home, pockets full of money, build that house on Slaney Shore, walk down the town, see your friends along the way, but the alarm clock sounds, it's another working day for cash in hand and no questions. So till Friday, so you can pay the rent hand to mouth and no prospects, but the pints in the Crown on a Saturday were heaven sent. Life on the lumpty man's a heavy price, when they Frankie could play no more, so we carried his body across the sea, laid to rest on Slaney Shore. Cash in hand and no prospects, cash in hand and no prospects, cash in hand and no prospects. Okay, this is my last one now. This is a song about a pub. It's not just any pub. I was listening to Thought for the Day one day, and the bishop of somewhere or other said, people ask him what heaven's like, and he said he doesn't know. But he'd like to think it was like arriving at the perfect English country pub at the end of a long, hard working day. Now, for some reason, the idea of heaven as a pub appealed to me, and eventually I wrote this song. It's called The Traveller's Rest. Sit in the bar of the Traveller's Rest when all my work is done. Gonna raise a glass of the very best and drink to the setting of the sun. When you've come to the end of this dark and weary road, the light still shines through the gloom. Along a straight path through a narrow door, you'll find a pub with many rooms, and there's always a seat by the fireside, always a friendly face, always someone wants to buy you a drink, ask you how you ran the race. Sit in the bar of the Traveller's Rest when all my work is done. Gonna raise a glass of the very best and drink to the setting of the sun. Now the landlord, he's a fair old man. Some might find him hard, but if you play by the rules and you stand your ground, know that you'll never be barred. And he'll keep your glass filled to the brim from barrels that never run dry. And he's already paid your bill, he'll never call closing time. Gonna sit in the bar of the Traveller's Rest when all my work is done. Gonna raise a glass of the very best and drink to the setting of the sun. Now I know there's friends and there's family who took that road before, waiting to make me feel at home soon as I walk through the door. can raise a glass of the very best and drink to the setting of the sun. Well, thank you. That's all from me. Special thank you to Bill for sorting all this out, for setting it up this year, and of course for handling all the technical side of things. See you again soon, hopefully in person.
Well, thanks, Jim. That was great. I always enjoy Jim's material. He's a great songwriter. Right, well, I first met Mark Harmer when he followed us on the Gloucester Folk Trail, and up until then I have to admit that I thought harp playing was just a kind of a tricky way of playing the piano, but Mark's dynamic playing just simply blew us away. So here, if I can find him. So here's Mark Harmer.
Hi, Will. Thank you very much. And thanks to everyone at Churchdown Folk Festival for inviting me today. My name is Mark. I don't normally turn up to things because I have this big beastie to carry around with me. But I thought I'd just play you three tunes actually. None of which are from Gloucestershire. I'm afraid we're going to Ireland, Sweden and then Catalonia. So the first piece is She Big She More by Teloch O'Carolan. And that's, of course, as you probably know, Shibig Shimor is a little and big hill. And it's about the tribes who lived in there and fought a battle to the death. And the spirits play on fighting the battle of the big and little hill, hence the treble and bass representing that. So that's a bit of fun I had arranging that. The next piece is a Swedish set called the Veltrell set. I know absolutely nothing about this. It's just a collection of tunes I really like from Sweden. That's fun. The third piece is also something from Sweden. This is something I heard on a CD. It's called the Brudemarsch för Äppelbo, which is probably a horrible Swedish pronunciation, but basically it's a bridal march, wedding march, and originally for bagpipes and nyckelharpa. Nyckelharpa is a sort of type of keyed violin that looks a little bit like a sort of complicated violin, really. I'll also play a little bit of that and a little bit of a piece that I'm working on at the moment called Cancro Crew, which is a modern Catalan piece. Just really love it. It's very folky and very sprightly and quite fun to play on the harp. So get away from the usual wafty stuff. Here we go. So Sweden and then Catalonia. And how long have I got? I have got 2 minutes 50 seconds. See what I can do with this. And that's my timer telling me to stop. So thanks, guys. Thanks for inviting me to the Churchdown Folk Festival, and enjoy the rest of the live show. Cheers.
Well, thank you, Mark. That was absolutely fabulous. It's certainly opened my eyes to harp playing, I've got to say. It's really lovely. Right, moving on then. We've got Jeff and Elaine in the green room at the moment, ready to come on. Now, Jeff and Elaine have appeared at folk clubs and festivals from Sussex to Ontario. Together, Jeff and Elaine's vocals combine to create beautiful harmonies, and Jeff's sensitive interpretation of traditional modern folk songs, they're presented with warmth and humour. The songs are really enhanced by Jeff's supremely tasteful, restrained yet inventive accompaniments on guitar, concertina, Appalachian, dulcimer and mandola. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is Discovery.
I could see you, but it's lovely to be here. It's lovely to be invited to sing and play for you today as part of Churchdown Festival. We're going to kick off with this song about country pursuits. I'm just going to shut the door. I have got a first field, my own dearest jewel, where all my fine pheasants do fly. And if you come a-shooting when shooting's in season, I'll tell you, love, how to proceed. You bring your dog with you, your gun in your hand, all loaded and primed, all at your command. When the pheasants take flight, you must take sight. You shoot the next moment, you're sure to be right. I have got a fish pond, my own dearest jewel, where all my fine fishes do play. And if you come a-fishing when fishing's in season, I'll tell you, love, how to proceed. You bring your nets with you, your rod in your hand, your hooks and your angles all at your command. When you throws in, all the fishes will play. Go down to the bottom and that's the right way. I have got a warren, my own dearest jewel, where all my fine rabbits do play. And if you come a-ferreting when ferreting's in season, I'll tell you, love, how to proceed. You bring your dog with you, your ferret in your hand, your spades and your nets all at your command. And the ferrets will bolt and the rabbits will play. Go down to the bottom and that's the right way. I have got a park, my own dearest jewel, where all my fine deers I do keep. And if you come a-hunting when hunting's in season, I'll tell you, love, how to proceed. You bring your dog with you, your nag in your hand, all saddle and bridle all at your command. And the deers they will prowl, and the dogs they will brawl. It's then G.F. Dobbin and back they will fall.
folks likes hunting, some folks likes game, and firing at pheasants is a gentleman's game. But fishing in a fish pond is all my delight. Go down to the bottom, you're sure to be right.
I'm sure no animals are to be harmed in the pursuit of these country pursuits.
Okay, and this is a song which was originally a poem and set to music by, I believe, Pete Ray, then of Willard's Leap, now of Baldrick's Plan. And Ron Taylor and I learned it from Pete Burnham in Loughborough a good few years ago. Heard it once and both said, "Want that one." Okay, so this is a song about giving up drinking. I've done with you, John Barleycorn, forever, John a Jew. We've had some trade together, John, now have I cause to rue. You're not the friend I thought you, John, in life's bright shining morn I mourn. You made me hard, then knocked me down, adieu, John Barleycorn. I once had gold, John Barleycorn, bright guineas, not a few. But now I've empty pockets, John, since I've had trade by you. My dearest friends have left me, John, treat me now with scorn, I scorn. You brought disgrace upon me head, adieu, John Barleycorn. I once was loved, John Barleycorn, a love so fine and rare. It broke my heart and spirit, John, when that love ceased to care. But now she's gone and left me, John, left me all forlorn, forlorn. And you have made this parting, John, adieu, John Barleycorn. No more in life, John Barleycorn, will I your charms pursue. Such false pernicious friendship, John, I never will renew. The world a man once thought me, John, this nation to adorn, adorn. And you have made me what I am, adieu, John Barleycorn. I found a friend, John Barleycorn, a better friend than you. We've had some trade together, John, now have I cause to rue. You're not the friend I thought you, John, life's bright shining morn I mourn. You charmed me hard, then knocked me down, adieu, John Barleycorn. You charmed me hard, then knocked me down, adieu, John Barleycorn. Thank you.
I just suddenly thought I ought to turn my phone off. How?
A seasonal song.
Yes. Okay. It's a rosebud in June, and the violets in full bloom, and the small birds are singing love songs on each spray. and we'll sing, love. We'll dance in a ring, love, when each lad takes his lass, all on the green grass. And it's all to plough, where the fat oxen graze low, and the lads and the lasses do sheep shearing go. When we have a sheared all our jolly, jolly sheep, what joy could be greater than to talk of their increase? We'll pipe and we'll sing, love, we'll dance in a ring, love, when each lad takes his lass, all on the green grass. And it's all to plough, where the fat oxen graze low, and the lads and the lasses do sheep shearing go. Oh, the flesh, it is good, it's the best of all food, and their wool it will clothe us and keep our backs from cold. We'll pipe and we'll sing, love, we'll dance in a ring, love, when each lad takes his lass, all on the green grass. And it's all to plough, where the fat oxen graze low, and the lads and the lasses do sheep shearing go. Here's the ewes and their lambs, here's the hogs and the rams, and the fat wethers too will make a fine show. We'll pipe and we'll sing, love, we'll dance in a ring, love, when each lad takes his lass, all on the green grass. And it's all to plough, where the fat oxen graze low, and the lads and the lasses do sheep shearing go. It's a rosebud in June, and the violets in full bloom, and the small birds are singing love songs on each spray. We'll pipe and we'll sing, love, we'll dance in a ring, love, when each lad takes his lass, all on the green grass. And it's all to plough, where the fat oxen graze low, and the lads and the lasses do sheep shearing go. A rosebud in June. And actually this week my roses are blooming. How lovely.
Just in time.
Yeah. Right. Oh, here comes the dulcimer. So this one has flowers in it too.
And mental health issues, which are to the fore still. Thankfully they're handled a little bit more successfully than they were in the days of this song.
Well, yes, I mean, this goes back to when women were incarcerated in mental institutions because they didn't follow their family's wishes.
So we may still have a long way to go, but it's not quite this bad.
Abroad as I was walking one evening in the spring, I heard a maid in Bedlam, so sweetly she did sing. Her chain she rattled with her hands, and thus replied she, I love my love, because I know my love loves me. Oh, my cruel parents have been too unkind. They drove my true love from me and troubled my mind. Although I suffered for his sake, contented will I be. I love my love, because I know my love loves me. Could I become a swallow, I'd ascend into the air. And if I lost my labour and could not find him there, I quickly would become a fish and search the flowing sea. I love my love, because I know my love loves me. Sorry. With straw I'll make her garland and dress it very fine. I'll mix the same with roses, lilies, pinks and thyme. I will preserve it for my love when he returns from sea. I love my love, because I know my love loves me. Just as she was sat weeping, her love came on the land. Hearing she was in Bedlam, he ran straight out of hand. And as he entered in the gate, he heard her sigh and say, I love my love, because I know my love loves me. He stood and gazed on her, hearing his love complain. He could not stand any longer, he bled in every vein. He flew into her snowy white arms, and thus replied he, I love my love, because I know my love loves me. Made in Bedlam. Excuse me. Joined by a frog. Right. Ooh.
And the next song is by the wonderful Mike Danvers Scott, who we
Muchly.
miss.
Muchly.
Century turned like a mystery card. Some found it easy, some found it hard. Me and Billy, we ruled schoolyard. Some people said we were mean. No arse in our trousers, no toes in our shoes, begging from the tops in the music hall queues. The war called Billy, he should have refused. He told them he'd just turned 19, dressed to kill with his uniform on. The cap was way too big and the sleeves were too long. But now the years since then have cast him aside, aging fingers clinging onto his pride. And now me and Billy, we're just two silly old men. Nobody asks our advice anymore. They just don't want to know what we learned in the war. Me and Billy, we're just two silly old men. Silly old men. Billy came home on invalid pay. A wandering shell took his shoulder away. He got a shiny medal. There were others that day who paid for colored braid with their lives. Billy always had a girl on his one good arm. He was short in stature, but not short on charm. By the time they called the second alarm, he had 3 sons to send to the line. They all came back with a question in their eyes, a question Billy thought would never arise. He had been given the answer once before. They said this is the war to end wars. And now me and Billy, we're just two silly old men. Nobody asks our advice anymore. They just don't want to know what we learned in the war. Me and Billy, we're just two silly old men. Silly old men. These cute little nurses still give me a thrill. They pick up the photographs on my windowsill. They say, this one is you. I say, no, that one is Bill. They make the same mistake every time. And Billy's 3 sons, they all take turns to call. They keep sliding glances at the clock on the wall. They don't stay too long, and they're no fun at all. They seem to think they're all sons of mine. I have to say I'm a little confused. I think it's the effect of these tablets they use. I just can't get these things straight in my mind. Me and Billy, we're two of a kind. And now me and Billy, we're just two silly old men. Nobody asks our advice anymore. They just don't want to know what we learned in the war. Me and Billy, we're just two silly old men. Silly old men. Silly old men. followed by Leonard Cohen.
Yes. I built my house beside the wood, so I could hear you singing, and it was sweet, and it was good, and love was all beginning. Fare thee well, my nightingale, 'twas long ago I found you. Now all your songs of beauty fail, the forest closes round you. The sun goes down behind a veil, 'tis now that you would call me. So rest in peace, my nightingale, beneath your branch of holly. Fare thee well, my nightingale, I lived but to be near you. Though you were singing somewhere still, I can no longer hear you. Fare thee well, my nightingale, I lived but to be near you. Though you were singing somewhere still, I can no longer hear you.
Nightingale. And now a song from Gloucestershire.
We're going to finish up with this one.
Yeah. There are versions of this from other parts of the country, sometimes known as Mrs. Mary's Ball. The Gloucestershire version has it as Billy Johnson's Ball. The reasons for which will be explained shortly. And it's all the kind of celebration that one wishes would be possible again soon.
Yes. And I think also we hope next year we'll be doing this in the flesh, live for you. But for this year, I'm very pleased that we've been asked to do this online gig.
Thank you, Bill, for all your efforts and everybody else involved.
Yes,
And
lovely.
enjoy
Thank
the
you.
rest of the day. Get there. Now Billy Johnson had been married for a 12-month and a day. He sent a letter to his friends and in it went to say, it's just about a 12-month since the baby he was sent. So will you come and celebrate the glorious event with me, Lord-o-dee-do and a doodle-doodle-diddle. They played upon the fiddle and went up and down the middle. Jolly boys and pretty girls enough to please you all. A regular sort of a brilliant spree was Billy Johnson's ball. We took turns to nurse the baby and we kissed him twice all round. Mrs. Johnson, she was jealous and fell fainting to the ground. We brought her to with water, with a drop of something in. And when she felt herself again, the dancing did begin. With me, Lord-o-dee-do and a doodle-doodle-diddle. They played upon the fiddle and went up and down the middle. Jolly boys and pretty girls enough to please you all. A regular sort of a brilliant spree was Billy Johnson's ball. There were the Browns and the Joneses and the Squigginses a score. The Squigginses, the Squogginses and half a dozen more. There wasn't room in Billy's house to dance a decent jig. So they went and hired a big room at the Tinderbox and Pig, with me lord-o-dee-do and a doodle-doodle-diddle. They played upon the fiddle and went up and down the middle. Jolly boys and pretty girls, enough to please you all. A regular sort of a brilliant spree was Billy Johnson's ball. We went in and out and round about, such a ball was never seen. And every now and then we'd take a drop to drink between. To tell you how it ended, well, I'm sure that I'm not able, for I found myself next morning lying underneath the table. And I said to the wife, I said, "Where has I been?" And her said,
"Where have you been?"
And I said, "R." And her said,
"Well, you've been along at Billy Johnson's, doing a
lord-o-dee-do and a doodle-doodle-diddle. They played upon the fiddle and went up and down the middle. Jolly boys and pretty girls, enough to please you all. A regular sort of a brilliant spree was Billy Johnson's ball."
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff and Elaine. Discovery, that was wonderful. Thank you. Right, this is the end of the first half. In fact, we're not allowed to stream for longer than 5 hours, so we've got to end it here. There's be a sing around. If you've asked for it, you've probably got the link by now. I'm going to set up the schedule the next half, which will be starting about 5:30. So hopefully we'll see you all then.